Hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia. And yeah, welcome to another game dev stream. We're doing fine, good. Good to hear you. Today we're gonna continue where we left on the last stream with the new monster and NPC AI, and also the AI for the simulated characters. It's gonna be the same thing, same logic, power and all of that. So, yeah, last time we actually managed to make it work, like the very basic implementation. And yeah, we actually made Enchanter use fireballs, Knight use normal attacks, and Priest to try to heal a random ally if their health percentage is less than 50. So that actually worked out well. And we were able to get rid of the hard-coded logic here in the simulation service. Can't even find it. Oh yeah, because I completely removed it finally, not just commented it out. So yeah, now this looks like more like a final version. Why do I have the host application lifetime here? I don't think I need it. Because now it's a script. Essentially. Probably still have a bunch of stuff hard-coded. But yeah, for now, I think this is good enough. Another thing that I just noticed is we have the party role that we defined sometime before, a couple of months ago. And I don't remember where exactly we need it. I'm pretty sure it's not implemented. It's only in the XML, so I don't forget about it. But I think it was because I needed some kind of roles to assign so the AI is aware of what's going on. Like, maybe it's because I wanted the healer to only heal the tanks. I don't remember. But yeah, this is not implemented and there is no way to store it. Because, yeah, once we read this script file and spawn the characters, we need to assign this somewhere. And the logical way would be to assign that within the party member info, but it's not there. But okay. Yeah, another thing that we need to tackle is this use learned skill AI action. Because yeah, right now it basically does the same job as our new AI actions, but in a very weird and very limited way. So we need to implement the logic in the AI actions that is present here but missing there. And we need to try and port this to the new AI actions system. Yeah, like this, for example. Find a line that satisfies the health factor condition. Yeah, this is a very janky way of doing this. But yeah, this is basically the logic that's powering the monsters that heal other monsters. So it iterates over every neighbor, check if it's an enemy, then checks the target conditions. And then assigns the target. In our new system, this is a little bit different. AI component is where it is. Yeah, we pick random li. So yeah, this one is a little bit more intelligent, like it picks the li that already satisfies the condition. So it checks every neighbor if it's an li and if the conditions are met. But in our new case, that's not... In our new system, that's not the case. We just check if that's an enemy, and then we just pick a random one. And then, after we picked the action target, we try to apply the conditions. We can probably split the conditions into target conditions and self conditions or something like that. So in a similar way as done here, and we can incorporate the conditions to the target picker. But it's not going to apply to a lot of these target types. So self, we just pick our self. Current target, we just pick our current target. Enemy, top whatever number. Again, we just pick specific enemy from the enemy table. Bottom and random. Yeah, that's the thing. Should we pick, like, let's say we have 10 enemies, right? And only 2 of them satisfy the conditions. Should we pick random enemy and then check the conditions and just fail the action if it doesn't meet the conditions? Or should we pick a random enemy that satisfies the condition already? So is it we pick random among 10 and then check if the result in 1 falls into the conditions? Or do we pick the random one within the two enemies that satisfy the condition in our case. I don't know. This is something to think about. In theory, I can incorporate the checks into this thing. But then I would need to know which conditions apply to the target, which conditions apply to something else. Because I don't want to run the condition check for every single... Oh, that's another thing. Some conditions can be pretty expensive. Like the distance, for example. Let's take a look. Target types. Did I write down everything I wanted? No, I didn't. So maybe we'll list everything here and then see how that works. So self, current target, enemy top n, bottom n, random not top n, enemy closest, ally random, ally closest, master. Why is it not aligning properly? Master, summon, random, summon, random, group, ID, NPC ID, NPC set ID, NPC race ID, structure ID, structure set ID. That's what I had in my documents draft. I'm pretty sure even that is not everything. So master, yeah, we just pick the master entity if we have any. Random summon, we just pick random summon. This one limits the random to be in specific group. NPC ID, NPC set ID, we just pick a neighbor with that NPC ID or NPC set ID, race ID, and the same for the structure. I can actually specify that more explicitly. Neighbor NPC ID. Also, I can add just neighbor random, which would be any random neighbor, not ally, not enemy, but whatever. And I also need like party members, party member N, which would pick a specific party member in the order. Party member random. What else? What can we do with the party? Yeah, like party role or something like that. That also could be an option. But one sec, what do we do with the parties in the simulation? Party session. Party index. Hello, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙑. How are you doing? We could add something like lowest health, party member lowest health, something like that. Hello, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙑. How are you doing? Not sure if I need that. But yeah, it could be something useful for the priests to target the lowest health party member. But for now, I think that's okay. We need to implement this. Oh, one thing that we could do... my idea was that maybe we can check the conditions for every single target. So like we move the condition check into here. And this action target returns like the list of candidates. And we check against every single one of them and pick. But again, then not sure if that would be correct. Yeah, I think it's best to leave those separated because, for example, enemy top N, that would imply that we don't apply the checks before we pick the enemy top N. First we pick enemy top N, then we apply the checks. So, because for example, if we want to at certain points switch aggro to the second hated enemy, like with to the enemy that has the second highest enmity, and even if it doesn't satisfy the conditions, it should be still the top one. So if the conditions fail, the action just fails. But we always pick top 2 in this case, the second from the top. So yeah, I think it's the best to keep the target selection separate from the conditions. Check the conditions after we picked the target. That would be, I think, the best. And if we need, like, for example, random party member that satisfies the condition, for example, of health percentage, then we just rely on the fact that the action is going to be executed multiple times, and each time the random party member will be different. This is how we do this right now. This is how our current simulated party works, and it actually works. So I think that's okay. It just gives a little bit more overhead on processing every single potential target. But that's okay, I think. So let's do the rest of the conditions. Can I generate the missing cases? No? That's weird. But okay, I need master. I need to fix the indentation in VS Code. It's so annoying. So master, how do we obtain the master? I don't remember. I think it's in spawn manager component. Or is it in the entity I spawn info? I NPC spawn info? Where the hell is the master? Master in the iSpawner. Uh-huh. Yeah. This is how we do this. Also, yeah, this needs to be moved to the AI actions as well, because this is a very weird way of defining this. Okay. So yeah, we need to get spawner and master entity. And we can just return this. It could be null, but that's okay. Okay, that was easy. Let me close this thing. Okay, random summon. Oof. How do we... How do we get the list of summoned entities? Again, I don't remember. Let's take a look here. So spawn new entity. Spawn group. Spawn manager. This is how we do this. We register spawners within the spawn manager component of the master entity controller. Okay, let's do that. Spawners. I'm pretty sure there was list of spawned entities somewhere. Spawner. It's within the spawner. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't even see the spawn entities. Because the spawn, it should be there, it's just not exposed to the public interface, but it should be there within spawner. Entity spawner. Yeah, spawned entities. and it's the list of controllers. Oh, there it is. Spawned entities. But yeah, it's just not exposed via the interface, which is easy to fix. Oh, right. There are no entity controllers in this assembly. Uh-huh. But yeah, that's a problem. Oh, besides that, iSpawner could be spawning not just entities, but... No, it should be entities. Well... It should be something like this. But then, how do we get the controller that we need? In here. We can just create separate method. Spawned entity controllers. And spawned entities is gonna use that. But it's gonna return the entity instead. Then we get both the access to both the controllers and to the entities themselves. Okay, so now for each spawner, we get all the entities. That's our summons. convert that to array, and we return a random one. Something like that. So get random summon. Random group ID. Group ID. Oh my god, 1 sec. Okay. Group ID. This is similar, but where is the group ID? In the spawn info, I guess. Where is the spawn info? Oh my god. Don't remember the structure. Spawn type tags. Wait. Do we even have that? I mean, I need it, even if we don't have it right now. Spawn group ID. Do we have that in the summons? No, we don't. We only have it in the main thing. Where do we use it? Just combine the groups, I guess. Yeah. Huh. So even we do have spawn group IDs in the main spawn table, we don't have that within the actual summons. So we don't have the groups there. And I wanted to have something like that. So for example, a boss can have two groups of summons. He spawns one group, let's say in first stage of the combat, and the other one in the second stage. But yeah, it's not in the data structure. So yeah, I guess I cannot implement that right now. Also, I need to take a look in the editor, how it looks like. But yeah, I guess for now we skip that. We just do not implemented exception. Okay. Neighbor random, neighbor NPC ID, and so on. That should be very easy to do. Let me... Yeah, basically it's something like that. Oh, do I have something like neighbor closest? I need that, because I have a like closest. Neighbor closest to random. Or random then closest. And we just copy that and remove the check for the enemy. What's going on with Twitch? It's glitching for me. Oh, is the whole browser glitching? 1 sec. Okay, so neighbor random, neighbor closest. That's done. Neighbor NPC ID, set ID, race ID. It's also easy. 1 sec. My browser is acting weird. Okay, neighbor NPC ID. PC prototype. Get component. Is it INPC? No. Just NPC prototype. And we got another a raid alert. Second one already. Okay. Okay, so if we have NPC prototype, if we have NPC prototype and NPC prototype model ID equals, how is it called? Target argument. Then we return neighbor. So we just return the first one among the neighbors, so we don't care. Or do we do the random? I think random would be nice here. Random neighbor with the specific NPC ID. Or just the first one, I don't know. Let's do this first, maybe it's sufficient enough. Set ID. Race ID. And the same for the structures. I feel like I can unify this. But for now, it's whatever. We can make it pretty later. Okay, Now party members. And random. So for this one, I need party session, right? Is it like this? Let me double check. Wait. Oh, yeah. We did add the party session as a component to entity key. Yes, that's correct. Okay. So we have the party session. Wait, and which one am I working? Party member N. Do I just get it by the index? Hello, Falcon Bus. Yeah, trying to cheer. I'm not an affiliate and not a partner. I have no monetization on this channel. So no, nothing like that works. You cannot subscribe, you cannot cheer. But thank you. Well, I guess I can use the indexer, right? Can probably use the indexer. Does it have... Well, it can return null, I guess. Hope there is an update for the game soon. Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, right now I'm in the middle of one big feature implementation that I need. And then when this feature is available, I can work on the content. So basically right now I'm trying to make the monster AI more intelligent, more robust. They can configure it properly. And that will allow me two things. First of all, it will allow me to run combat simulations, which will make fine-tuning of the bosses much more, much easier, much faster. Since I wouldn't need an actual party of players to do some quick local tests of the bosses. And another thing is it's the actual behavior of the bosses that they need to finish them. And then we can actually program the bosses properly and implement them in the game. Will there be a log of the changes? Yes, of course. it would be interesting if you started a Patreon. I'm not gonna start Patreon for Ymirheim, at least not for now. I'm trying to keep this project, how do you say it, non-profit completely. But if you want support, like me personally as a streamer, then you can donate if you want to. There is a donate button, but it's like never something that I ask of somebody. It's just if somebody wants to, that's a nice thing. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, for the Ymirheim project itself, I'm trying to keep it like completely non-profit, and it just makes things easier. I like to help so the project moves forward a bit better. Well, right now the main problem that slows down the project is my own health. I had some problems this year. So yeah, hopefully that gets resolved or gets better soon, and I'm back to my normal work schedule and streaming schedule, and the project will move faster. Okay, so we can get party member of specific number from the argument. If member not equals no, then we can try to find it among the neighbors. Where's the thing? Ah, I just copied it. In that case, I hope your problems get resolved. Thank you. Okay, that should do it for specific party member. And the last one is party member random. Yeah, we can basically copy this. Somewhat. We can just... Now that implies a random party member that's not null, basically. Do I have anything in the party session they can use for that? Can't. Oh, this thing. Members. Members. So we can get a random party member. So party session members. And we get a random one. And then we find it among the neighbors. Or do we need a random one among the neighbors, because that's gonna be more complex. I don't think it's ever gonna be needed, so I'm just gonna do a simple randomizer here. So members, random member equals members length something like that. And now I think we are done with the target types. I think this is good enough for the whole system. So that's good. What else do we need? Event types, right. That one is more complex because it actually requires a proper integration. Update in combat. We implemented that, but only for simulated characters. Update out of combat. Death, kill, aggro, start, aggro, change. What else did we have? Heat, evade, flee started. So yeah, basically it can be triggered anywhere. That's the main problem. How are we gonna do that? So for example, on hit, let me close all this. So on hit, that's gonna be in the battle component. Just gonna be a signal, but not this one. And skill action effect. It's this one. When the target is our current entity, then we go here. So yeah, normal, critical, this is our on hit. So we need to integrate into here. Oof. You know what? We can just subscribe to the signal within the AI component. Yeah, I think that would be the best. We just subscribe to this signal in the AI component. So on a skill action effect, We need this signal only when we are the target. Yeah, basically I need this switch case with everything inside. Actually, we can just generate and make sure that we have everything. So normal and critical, missed, blocked, avoided. No damage, huh? Yeah, we don't need... Do we need no damage? No, we don't. We just need these two. So normal critical is the hit. So we can just execute the actions right away. I don't have that in the enum. So let's see. Where did we stop? Update in combat, out of combat, death, kill, aggro start, aggro change. Hit is the next one. Hit. Avoid it. Please start it. What's going on with the alignment? Please start it. Spawn. Or just spawn. Target casting. Given quest. I don't remember what I meant with that. Given quest. Maybe when NPC gives a quest to somebody, we trigger a UI action. But that's weird. Given quest, finished quest step. Yeah, that's a little bit weird because it doesn't... how do I even say it? It doesn't concern the current entity technically. So what I remember now, what I wanted is to run certain AI action on an NPC side when a quest is given to a player. Or for example, when a quest step is finished. But I don't think I can do that, and I don't think it's a good idea, actually. Because, yeah, it's... it shouldn't concern the current entity that somebody around, let's say, was given a quest or finished a quest. Technically, it's easy to do. Like, on quest creation or on quest finish, I could send a signal to everybody around that this particular entity finish the quest, for example. That's easy, and that's gonna be useful for other things. But I don't know. Is that a good idea? Because everything else is about the current entity. But also I have, in my draft, I have summon killed, summon spawned. So for example, when somebody kills the summon, or a summon, then we can react and do something. Like for example, I know it's currently handled by the spawner itself, but we can create an action as a reaction to somebody killing the last summon, or even not the last one, but the second to the last one. We can, I don't know, activate some kind of skill or manually spawn a different group of summons when we implement the groups, because I definitely want the groups. So, also target casting. That could be interpreted as two different things. Like, first of all, if somebody casts a skill onto this entity, then we react to this. Or if just somebody else just starts casting skill on another random target. We can technically react to that, but I'm not sure if we want to. I don't know. But yeah, in general it should look like this, so just a very simple trigger. I know I would have to add some more parameters like the invoker or something like that. I could actually do that. And then here we can get the source. Like that. And for the target type, I need the invoker, by the way. So let's say we get hit by somebody. We can react directly to that by executing an action against dead somebody. So what we can do is, where is our targets? Action, AI action, invoker. And we can implement that very easily. The only problem is we need to pass it to this method. We just return it here. So now we can react directly to being hit and execute an action against the entity that hit us. The same with avoided. Death, kill, aggro start, aggro change. Huh. For death, we also can subscribe to an event. Wish I remembered. Guess entity changes state. Yeah, this signal. Or battle component entity that. Now, let's do the signals. That's more robust. So what do we have here? State. Yeah, so if signal state equals die, we just run this death without an invoker. When we kill somebody, how does that work? When we kill somebody, by the way, I also need the revive. Okay. But where do we register the kill flags? Don't remember. Like, for example, for the quests. Steps. Hunt. An entity hunted. And it's a personal signal, like it gets sent to the hunter, basically. But I think this is exactly what we need. So when we killed somebody, entity hunted. Distribute hunt rewards. Yeah. Max damage dealer. And their party. But that's max damage dealer. It doesn't mean the last hit. It means the max damage dealer. Okay, I think it's fine. I think it's fine if we do this entity hunted. That's another signal to subscribe to. Just like that. So what? We need out of combat. But yeah, these three are gonna be hard to do because this needs to be integrated into... actually, maybe not. Actually, instead of integrating that into the behavior tree, what we could do is we could just subscribe to normal update loop and check if we are in combat or not. Maybe. That could be a universal solution. Because yeah, the rest will be tightly integrated as well. Flee started. That actually is gonna be in the behavior tree. But this can actually be done in the normal update loop. I don't know. Should I do that? Aggro start, aggro change. That's also in the behavior trees. Well, it's weird. It's gonna be just weird. But okay, let's see. Death, revive, we did that. Kill. Aggro start, aggro change, that's behavior trees. Hit, avoided, we did that. Flee started, that's a behavior tree. Spawn. Spawn. I don't know, to be honest. That's just the init of the controller when we spawn. So we can just... Wait. Let's copy this. And we just do that. Because we don't have any specific signals or whatever for the spawn. I mean, there is an entity appears signal, but I'm not sure if that's being sent to the entity itself. Let's take a look. So entity appears. Let's move entity 2. No, it's not being sent to the entity itself. No, it's not being sent to the entity itself. And that's correct. It shouldn't be happening. So yeah, I guess we just execute AI actions on init of the AI component. Maybe we can delay this a little bit because I don't know, it feels weird to me to do this during the init procedure. I don't know. For now, I think it can stay there. It's just I'm a little bit afraid that it can lead to some bugs. Okay, spawn target casting. Target casting. Yeah, first of all, I need to change this, but second of all, what do they want to have here? I think that's the cast sense, right? So when somebody starts casting a skill, on us, then we need to react. I need to rename this to something like cast sense, maybe, actually. How do we do that with our current AI system? Cast sensor. We just add an enemy table with enemy to 1. By the way, that gives me another idea, like enemy added, enemy removed, something like that. There should be an event for that. Yeah, entry added, entry removed. Have the events for that. That could be very useful. But that doesn't change the fact that we need to somehow implement the cast sense event here. How do we call this? Like receive cast and is not a good definition. And cast and target, no, wait. Targeted by casting. I don't know. By skill casting. There we go. That makes more sense. And we have an event for that. Not event, but signal. Entity cast skill. So if signal target ID equals this controller entity ID, then yeah, we can just execute. I mean, we are missing a few checks for cast sensor, for example, that the skill is offensive and the target is an enemy. But I think for events, it's fine. So something like this. Let's mark this. Oops. Aggro change, aggro start, kill, revive, death, and this. Okay, what else? Quests. Do I actually need that? I think I do. Like when somebody, let's say it's a dungeon, right? And we have some certain specific trigger in the dungeon. And somebody triggers that trigger and they complete the request step. I think that's still an incorrect approach for this. It should be an actual trigger. But yeah, like, it could be nice to be able to trigger a behavior of NPC based on somebody else's, like a surrounding character's quest completion. Like, yeah, let's say there is a monster sleeping inside a dungeon, inside a room. And there's like a quest step that needs to wake up that monster. I'm not sure how to do that. Like, it's actually very easy to implement. I can just add signals when somebody completes quest step, or when somebody is given a quest, the quest started, and just send these signals around. And then we just react to those signals. But I'm not sure if I should do that, because it feels like a bad approach to solving this problem. For now, we're gonna skip that. So let's do the summons next, or summons. How do you even pronounce that? Summon, okay. So what I wanted to do, summon died. Summon spawned. Summon despawned. Summon hit. That's gonna be challenging, I think. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. Summon hit. Summon aggro. Start. And the last one is waypoint reached. So let's reorganize a little bit. Summon spawned and despawned. It should be relatively easy. We just need to not battle component, spawn manager. What's wrong? We did that somewhere. This controller get component. Spawn manager. No, spawn manager component. So if we have that, by the way, this needs to be below. So if we have spawn manager, spawners, the problem is to know when entity spawned, entity removed, we need to subscribe to that event on the spawner level. But spawners could be created later after we initialize this. Can we forward the events about the entities into the spawn manager? Where is entity spawned, entity despawned thing? The events. It feels like I have to refactor the spawn system a little bit. Because right now it's really hard to work with it. I could theoretically subscribe to entity appears, entity disappears, but then it could be hard to check if that entity belongs to oh wait, I think it's actually the correct way in our case. So it's the entity appears, But it doesn't mean it spawned. It could be that it just appears within the sight range or comes from invisibility. Oof. Yeah, that's not good. I feel like Spawn Manager should be aware when an entity is spawned within a spawner. And spawner itself should also have those events. Like it's weird that it's not there. Spawn group. Okay, so I probably need to add event on the spawner level, or events multiple, when entity is spawned and entity despawned. Entity spawned, entity despawned. I also need to add that on the interface level. Do I need anything else? An entity died, revived. No, I don't need that. How do we subscribe to that? Battle component entity died. Oh. But that's okay, that's okay. I don't really need that. So spawned and despawned is now inside the spawner. I need to trigger those. So spawn new entity. An entity spawned. Here I can trigger this. Hopefully entity is enough for that. I don't need the controller. Okay, and for despawn entity. Yeah, I think it needs to be here. Entity despawned. Okay. So we have that on the spawner level. Then we need spawn manager to be aware of those and have the same kind of events as well. So let's copy this. Entity spawned, entity despawned. So now when we register a spawner, entity spawned, can I create a method? Hello? Okay. And the same for despawned. Let's move that to the very bottom. So here we just this entity spawned, invoke this args. We can just copy. And the same for despawned. And we need to unsubscribe from those. Remove spawner. Just like that. So now we trigger these events when one of the spawners gets triggered when entity gets spawned or despawned. Okay, good. I was farming Rudder Frogs last night. Yeah. How did it go? Trying to get a card or just for money? Or experience? I think my priest was high enough to transfer Megan Angels, unless you can't. I don't remember the levels. Angels, it could be that they are not transferable. Let me take a look. Priest. Magnificat, it's not transferable, at least right now. Angelus is also not transferable. Still kind of new to the system. Oh yeah, you can take a look here, like in the skill transfer column here in the wiki, or when you open a skill, it also says it here. Also in the game, you can you can see it here. Like, does it have icons like that? You can see that in the game as well, and it shows what level you need. But yeah, wiki also has this information. trying Enchanter now, almost 10 class, to get the lightning skill. Yeah. Good luck. So, AI component. Now here we can subscribe to the events. So entity spawned on summon spawned and despawned. Love the game, it's my happy place. Yeah. Okay, so we have that. Now we can summon spawned, and in the args we can retrieve the actual entity, and that's gonna be our invoker. And despawned. Okay. I feel like Clippet is a little bit too talkative. I need to lower the intervals. 1 sec. Well, I still remember. Let me find that. Crap, I don't remember where you specify the groups, timers, intervals. Streamer bot is weird. Where was it? Commands? No. Timers. Maybe like that. Okay. So we have someone spawned, someone despawned, someone hit, died. Also, let's add revived. Hit, died, revived. This could be easy to do. Let's see. Skill action effect. Actually, no. It's not skill action effect. Or is it? Yeah, it's not, because this signal is being sent only to source and target. I need the skill use signal, I guess. Because that one is being sent to everybody. Yeah, entity uses skill. This is gonna be the signal that we need to subscribe to. So entity uses skill. This is gonna be hard. Because here I need to determine if the master of that entity is our current entity. Should be easy, actually. Wait. Where is the master? Yeah, the spawn system is a little bit too confusing. This is not that. I need entity. Yeah, this is entity spawner. What? NPC spawner. Spawner master entity. Okay, so I need to retrieve the spawner component, and that's controller component, right? No, that's an entity component. Okay, so I need to retrieve the spawner. If master entity is this controller entity, then we execute the thing. So yeah, it's relatively easy. Summon hit. Who's gonna be an invoker? I think the actual skill source is gonna be the invoker. Just a big brain for my opinion. Well, I'm struggling as well. It's just the spawn system. The spawn system was redesigned quite a few times, like 5 at least, and each time that happened, the remaining parts of previous system were still like incorporated. I don't know, it's hard to describe, but basically it's a little bit messy right now, and it's hard to work with. I need to tidy it up a little bit. So this summon hit is actually not hit, but it's when somebody used a skill. Maybe that's not a very good idea. Where's the battle component? No, not the battle component, combat system strategy. So this is the effect. Entity uses skill. Primary result effect. Yeah, we can check. We can check. So if signal result is successful and signal not result, effect. Effect kind, I believe. Effect kind, yes. So here we can check if that's a hit. But I believe maze block that still should trigger this event. So I think this is good enough. Actually, no. Effect kind. Maze block to avoid it. Normal critical. Let's subscribe to these two only, normal and critical. And effect kind is normal or critical. And this is negative. Then we skip. Wait. If it's not successful or if it's not normal and critical, then we return. I think it's better to integrate it here. So if it's going to be much easier to read. If signal is result is successful and it's one of these, then we execute skill action or execute AI actions. Okay, so we got that. Someone died and revived. Died and revived. That's change state. We already have it. We can change it slightly. So we need to change again for the master entity. So entity changes state. State is die, so entity died. If the entity is our current entity, we execute the death AI action. Otherwise, we try to get the spawner of the entity that just died. And if master entity is By the way, I need to compare IDs, not the object. I mean, there is not a lot of harm to that, but it's better to check the IDs. Then we can execute someone died, and we pass signal entity, entity as the invoker. And the same here for revived. Someone revived. Yes. Okay, we have that. Spawn, despawned, hit, died, revived. Someone aggro start. Oof. I have no idea how to implement that. Waypoint reached is behavior tree integration. Summon aggro start. I don't know. Let's take a look. Combat behavior. The problem is we actually don't know when aggro starts. I guess when we enter the combat behavior, enable combat stance. Oh. Entity changes state. Again, this doesn't indicate, like I could subscribe to entity changes state, right? But I don't know at this point if it was in the battle before, in the battle stance. I mean, I could implement that in this signal, like previous state, current state, previous state target AD, current state target AD. The same for the battle stance. That could be very useful. Then what? Then I could create a trigger when an entity or wait. State target AD is not the same as our current target, right? So in theory, I could make it work. and detect when an entity enters or exits combat, and execute events at that moment. That could be like instead aggro start, right? Here, like aggro start, aggro change. Instead of aggro start, it could be entered combat, exited combat. And the same for the summon, because yeah, it's easy to check. That could be nice, but it doesn't indicate the target that the entity is currently aggroing onto. I need the entity here to be able to react to that. Clippet reacts to himself. I need to fix the bot. Because technically right now there are two chat bots in the chat with the same name. One is from Stream Elements, the other one is from StreamerBot. And yeah, they react to each other. I need to move everything I can from Stream Elements to StreamerBot. Because yeah, it posted the BTTV emotes message with the 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀 emote. Then it saw that somebody posted 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀 and reacted with the same emote. Yeah, I need to fix that. So, back to this. I need to detect two things. First is when we enter combat. No. I need to trigger an event when we aggroed on somebody, and I need to know who that somebody is. The problem is it's not that easy. We have the target, so we set the target. The problem is this set target could be overridden multiple times per single iteration. So I only need to detect the changes to the target and trigger events then. Target ID. So maybe here I can try to, well, even this is not gonna work. Yes, it could be like this. So let's say we have an enemy in the enemy table. So we set it as a target. Then we detect that it's out of range and we reset the target, but it's still in the enemy table. So here already we have two basically changes. First, we set the target to the most hated enemy, and then we clear it. Or when we cannot see the target, we clear it, and then it repeats because the enemy is still in the enemy table. So I need something better than this. I mean, we could introduce some intermediate property somewhere in the AI context, maybe, where we store our current aggro target. And we do that after we enter the combat stance. And then we can check if it's different to what we had before. So after all these checks and target resets, only then we execute that. I don't know. What do we have in the context? Current waypoint AD, return and path unreachable, active movement counter. We could add like aggro target and set it here. Another option would be, no. I thought that maybe another option would be to tie to the skills. So when we try to use a skill, we can execute the event there, but what if we want to use the skill when we started aggroing into somebody? What if we don't have a default skill? We can... No, wait. Yeah. So what we can do here is run once and wait. Execute AI actions. Please start it. Run once and wait. How does that work again? Run it. Now this needs to be different. Or maybe we can do this. No. Card condition active. Set runaway target position from target. Problem is it gets... Yeah, it's re-evaluating. And run once and wait will prevent this one from running. Basically, I need to run an action once when it reaches this point, and then it just success. Could be parallel. Yeah. New parallel. Run once and wait. Please start it, and then we move to target position. Okay. So we have our flee event. Theoretically. No, we do have it now. Aggro start, aggro change. Waypoint reached. Waypoint reached. That's idle behavior. No move, random move. waypoint. Okay. So waypoint reached. What's that? Okay, that's waypoint reached. Okay, so waypoint reached. Then we wait. That's easy. So this is implemented. Aggro. That's the most complex. I don't know what to do with that, to be honest. I don't have a clear indicator of who are we aggroing onto right now. Because it changes all the time, even within a single update loop. That's just how the behavior tree works. It can clear the target, then reassign a different target within the same loop. Maybe we can do something different. Like instead of aggro start and aggro change, can I come up with some different events that can replace this essentially? Aggro start. Like in theory, that's when we entered combat for the first time. But the problem is inside the events, I need to react to the actual source of who triggered that. Like I need to know who are we aggroing onto. Let's say the aggro started and I want to, I don't know, send a private chat message to that person, like in theory. Or execute a skill right away. Like for example, when a boss aggroes onto somebody, they could execute a skill to, I don't know, target all their summons onto the same person. Pretty realistic condition. But yeah, I need to know the actual target, not just the fact that we entered the combat. I need to know who we entered the combat with. You're pretty good at catching the stars. You're catching them basically every single time. Oh. Also, yeah, I need to do this, but this technically is easy. Aggro start, aggro change. There could be even another case, like let's say we determined our target and we started casting a skill. In the meantime, somebody else attacked this entity and the priority changed. We are still casting the skill onto the previous target. That's fine. But as soon as we finish doing that, it's gonna switch to another target. But like within this behavior tree, we will already have a different target. Like, this is gonna be weird. Yeah, I don't think it's actually possible with my current implementation of the behavior tree to have a certain target designated as the main aggro target. It changes all the time. And at the same time, I feel like it's an essential type of event that we need to implement. A lot of cool stuff could be implemented with that. Even if I introduce another variable for the AI context, I like storing the current active target. We set it only here once we determined the actual target that we need to use. That could work, but even that will not work correctly. Again, because of the long casting skills, for example, the entity can switch the target in the middle of casting the skill, but the skill target itself is not going to change. Like once the monster started casting the skill into somebody, it will finish casting on that particular person, but then it will switch the targets, and we're not going to see it here within the behavior tree. Yeah, this is a challenge. Basically, it requires a completely different approach to like target selection. Not the same that I'm using right now. Can I add some kind of check if we are currently in process of casting a skill? Then we don't switch the target. Maybe that will fix it and make it usable. Because yeah, otherwise I would probably have to completely rewrite the way we determine the target. Because right now we just set the target to whatever value we are currently confident with. And after a bunch of these sets and checks, then we like try to maintain the combat range and use learn skill. But yeah, this basically changes every time that the target changes. But visually to the player, it's not like that. And I need to tie the AI events to that specific visual representation. Yeah, I think this is the only way. If I don't want to rewrite everything, wait, we can actually rewrite this, make it better, potentially. We can, instead of setting the targets, we could like set target candidates. So it's going to be like set target candidate from most hated enemy, or set target candidate to empty. So we're not going to switch the target within like this block of code. But then when this finished, then we promote the candidate to an actual target, but only if we are not in the process of casting a skill. Or also not in the, like, not under any movement impairments. That's another thing. Let's say you stunned a boss for, like, theoretically, it's not going to happen anytime, but if you stun a boss for 20 seconds, let's say, again, I need to fire AI events after it gets unstunned. This is quite a challenge. So yeah, that event, let me write that down a little in like comments. This event shouldn't trigger while in process of casting a skill or while under movement impairment. Also, this particular one should only be triggered when the entity didn't have any aggro target previously, right? And this one, same as aggro start, but triggered only when we had a target, an aggro target before, but it changed. So this is what I expect from these two event types. How the hell am I gonna implement this? Considering that our combat behavior tree doesn't operate on those specific events. Like the entity could be stunned, but still have all of this running every single tick. It's just, it wouldn't be able to use a skill. That's it. Or to move. So yeah, if we store the final target or aggro target in a separate property of the context, we can do it here after this line. Only when we are not casting a skill and we are not, we don't have movement impairments. And when we do that, we can detect if it changed or not. How are we going to do that though? We could just send out a signal when the value changes. That would be the easiest way. But if I would want to implement it completely within the behavior trees, I would need to know when that action changed something. I don't actually know how to do that. Something like try change aggro target, which returns failure when the value is the same. Could be the way to do that. That way I could also implement something like aggro end, start, change, and end. Yeah, probably that's the way to do this. So let's try to implement it. So public session ID aggro target. Okay. So we have that, and then we need to implement a bunch of actions. Actually, maybe just one action. By the way, I need to get rid of this, but that's okay. What the hell? Like, previously, in VS Code, I could Control-C, Control-V a file, and it duplicates it like in Explorer. And yesterday, at the beginning of the stream, not yesterday, but during the last stream, it didn't work. It doesn't work right now. But later in the previous stream, it did start working again. Something's fishy going on. So we're gonna do try set aggro target action. Not set, but try change. Try change aggro target action. Try to change aggro target from target, I guess. It's weird, but this is how it should be, because yeah, it's gonna take the current target and set it as aggro target. Or nah, it's okay. So what it's gonna do? Target equals let me see. Can take this. So this is our target. So if this context aggro target equals target, also I need to name it as target AD aggro target AD. Then we just return failure. Otherwise, we set it. Is that everything that I need? Reevaluating sequence, right? So it's gonna reevaluate everything inside. So I need new selector sequence. Sequence, which will contain a new try change aggro target action. And if that, oh my god, this is so stupid. And if that's executed correctly, then we can execute AI actions. Oh, I don't know if it's aggro start or change or end. There was like has target, check has target. Yeah. So I need to incorporate that as well. And I need to somehow supply the current aggro target into the execute AI actions as invoker. Yeah, right now it does nothing. So invoker. I could add property. Set invoker from I could implement it as a separate behavior tree action. Like actual action, set AI action invoker from target. But it could mess things up. Like if we store the invoker in the context as well, and then clear it properly. Set invoker from target. How do I get the neighbors again? Can see target. Could be now, but that's okay. Something like that. Try change aggro target action. This is not aggro target though. But I think it's fine because the aggro target is just needed to know if the target changed. Right. So now this needs to be split into multiple things. So if has target, so if after this wait. If this fails, then we don't need to do anything. That means that the aggro target didn't change. So the aggro target is the same as the current target, and we can just ignore it. Even if it's 0, doesn't matter. It's the same. If it did change, then we need to new sequence. Not sequence, actually. Not sequence, but selector. Check has target. Which just checks if the current target ID is not empty. So if has target, then we did this. Then it's a sequence. So if it has target, then we do this. Otherwise, then we wrap that into this selector. So if that fails, oh my god, come on, let me align this properly. So if it doesn't have target, this is not going to execute. This will return fail. And then that means that we can execute aggro end. I didn't create it. Change aggro end. And we're not going to have an invoker. No, wait. So if it has target, then it's aggro start or aggro change. If it doesn't have target, that's aggro end. I have no way of checking if this thing... Crap. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no way to have an idea if this action changed from 0 to a specific value or from another value to one more value. I don't know. So yeah, I don't have a way of detecting if that's aggro start or aggro change. I can only see if that's either start or change or end. I guess I need another check. Check if aggro target empty. or check has aggro target. And it should run before this. So if we have an aggro target, oh my god, this is gonna be so weird. But yeah, I need this. Check has aggro target. So if aggro target ID is not empty, then it has aggro target, otherwise failure. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god, this is so weird to code. So new. It's so mind-breaking to code behavior trees like that. Behavior trees just in general are weird to work with if you're not working with them constantly. Like, I only have to change something usually, I don't know, maybe once a few months, maybe once a year. It's really hard to get used to it. So what do I need? This. This needs to run only, I don't know, either start or end, right? So let's try doing this from scratch. Yeah, good job. You're getting the star on the first try constantly. So I need, for example, a new sequence. And that sequence is gonna be check has aggro target. So if it has aggro target, then it can either change or end. So it's this gonna be what's gonna run there. So if it has target, right? If it has target, I don't need this sequence then. Sequence within sequence makes no sense. So if it has target and we successfully changed the aggro, that means that we either ended the combat or we changed the aggro. So yeah, if it has target now I can do this now. So if it has aggro targets now, then that was a change. Otherwise, it was an end. Now I need to do the start. I need a selector. Need to wrap all of that into a selector. So we either do that, or if this fails, then this fails, then oh my god, why is it so stupid? Okay, actually I do need a sequence here, but okay, whatever. So new selector. So when this fails, next we're gonna do new sequence. We try to change again. And if it succeeds, then it's a start. Oh my god, this is mind-blowing. The only problem is this can fail and return fail. No. Sequence, so yeah, sequence will fail, and so this will fail. Then we execute this again. So yeah, I need to wrap this into a new sequence. Which is, and a decorator return success always. And this needs to be also return success. I get are using Windows XP for programming? No, not really. That's just stream overlay. It's just the theme of the stream. I'm using Windows 11. That's just an overlay. Like, for example, the time is the uptime of the stream. The Winamp actually shows what's playing in my audio player, music player, and so on. But yeah, no, I'm not as crazy to run Windows XP as my development machine. I was very surprised. So, let me double check. This looks fine, but again, behavior trees are a little bit mind-bending. So let's see, selector, right? So if this fails, Then we run this. So check has aggro target. If it doesn't have aggro target, then this fails, then this fails, then this runs. So when we don't have aggro target, we try to change it. Sequence that returns success. We try to change it. If it fails, yeah, we just return success. We don't care. If it doesn't fail, then we execute AI actions, aggro start. So we didn't have AI target. AI target changed. That means that we started the aggro. You're a C# programmer, what do you build? Right now I'm working on a server side of an MMORPG game, or just a MMORPG. And yeah, you can check it out here. There is a link in the chat. Yeah, it's basically, I'm working on a community project, and I'm trying to revive Ragnarok Online 2, The Gate of the World. And it's even so much running right now, you can try it out. It's in closed beta, but yeah, anyone can join. It's just not a lot of content, not a lot of functionality there. But yeah, it's up and running. What country do I live in? Ukraine. I'm from Ukraine. Interesting project, thank you. Where are you from? Okay, so if we do have target, then this portion runs sequence, try to change target. If it fails, sequence, if it fails, that means that we still have an aggro to somebody and we do nothing. So it will return success. This will return success. And this will continue. Random country like Iran. Interesting. Try and change aggro target action. So if this succeeds, that means that we had... Wait. It's not gonna work as I wanted to. So we do have aggro target, right? Try to change that's a sequence. If we were able to change oh no, it's okay. So if we were able to change, that means one of two things. Either we change to another ID or to a 0. So this selector runs. If we have aggro, so it means that we change to another ID, then we execute aggro change. If we don't, then this fails and this executes aggro end. Okay, I think it's fine, but I may be wrong. It's really hard for me to program behavior trees just because they are so weird. Don't get me wrong, Iran is not attractive at all. Can you help a web developer? Sure. I am a web developer, by the way. Like my daily job is web development, so ask away. What do you want me to help you with? This actually may be working, but it's gonna be hard for me to test it. Let's close all of that. So this, in theory, should be working. We still need to test all of this. Really need some great guidance. This issue has affected my life. Can I chat on Telegram? I don't know. You can join my Discord if you want to and ask a question there. If you want to. But yeah, I don't use Telegram. Okay, I still need to integrate update in combat and out of combat. Where am I gonna put those? I can just copy this into I mean, I could just put the update into the behavior tree itself, like for example, default NPC AI, put it at the very top, but it's gonna be hard. Discord is also good, but you know what? If anything isn't filtered in Iran. What do you mean? Not sure if I understand you. I think this needs to be in the behaviors, not in the behavior trees, because this could be specific to certain NPCs. Yeah, also another way of implementing that is I can just integrate that into entity component directly and just run it there without touching the behavior tree. That way it will guarantee that it runs even if the behavior tree is empty, for example. But then do I actually want it like that? If behavior tree is empty or completely overridden, that could be for a reason. But on another hand, I can just not define AI actions for that specific NPC, for example. I mean, everything that's filtered in Iran doesn't matter to me. Okay. But yeah, if you want to ask some question, you can either ask it here in chat, or yeah, you can join my Discord and ask there in the programming channel, for example. Do you know what it feels like to be a filter? Like you're actively filtering something? No, I don't. Update in combat, update out of combat. So death, revive, kill, those are not in the behavior tree. Aggro start, aggro change, aggro end, those are. Hit avoided, those are not. Flee started is though. Spawn is not. Yeah, this is so mixed up. I think I'm just gonna integrate this directly into the entity component, entity controller component rather. Where is it? AI component. Do I already have an update method overridden? Yes. Okay. So here we can do, after updating the behavior tree, we can do this. Execute actions. Update. And we also need to switch based on in combat or not if this controller entity battle info is in battle, I guess, then we do, I need to unify the name and not battle but combat. Update in combat, else it's gonna be update out of combat. Like that. I'm gonna separate it like this. Try to join Discord. I'm a good man, streaming is relaxing. Yeah, I'm trying this stream to be chill and relaxing. Okay, so this should be working. Now I need to remove it from the behavior tree. Okay, I think this should work. Use let's see. Oh my god, I need to clean this up. Imagine downloading Discord with this nice spoof. If you don't have Discord, you can use it directly from web. Like it's essentially a web application, even if you install it. If you have trouble downloading, I mean. In theory, this should work. I didn't understand. Please count and say it again. I mean, Discord can work directly in your browser. Like if you're struggling to download or install it, Discord itself can work as a web application. You just open it in your browser, authenticate, and you can just message people directly from within the browser and make calls and so on. It's a little bit limited in the browser, but it works if like other methods are not working. So I think we're good. In theory, all these event triggers should work. Like every single one of those. Update in combat, out of combat. We did that. Death, revive, kill. Aggro, start, change, end. Hit, avoid. Flee, started. Spawn. This is questionable. It runs during the controller init, which could be executed before every controller is initialized. Maybe it would be better to add some kind of event or a signal that runs after all the controllers are initialized and that it is actually spawned. Targeted by skill casting. Actually, don't remember. We do have a reference. Entity cast skill. Yeah, okay, that should be working as well. Someone spawned, despawned. We did that. Someone hit, died, revived. We did that. Summon aggro start. Right. Summon aggro start. Okay, that's challenging. I don't think I can actually implement this one. Combat behavior. So I have the aggro start here. And in theory, I could send a signal here and then subscribe to that signal, but I don't think I want to. And I'm not sure if I need to, because when someone gets aggroed onto somebody, it should trigger the master just by itself. It should add the, what is its name, the target who attacked the summon to the enemy table. That would be the proper action. And then it will just trigger aggro start on the master. So maybe we can just get rid of that event type. Because, yeah, in theory I can implement that, but I would need another signal, and I really don't like how it's gonna look like. So, at least for now, I'm gonna get rid of it. If I need it later, I can implement it. But let's hope that I don't need it. Can you at least open my DM so I can talk privately? Yeah, you can message me. My DMs are open. So this should be fine. Not sure if I like this, but yeah. Technically, I can replace this whole block with just a specific action, like execute aggro AI actions that will just do simple checks and execute the required actions right away. And I can actually get rid of this then, because this only needed for the aggro actions. Tempting. And I can also move it to here then. Huh. Why didn't I think about it before doing all of this crap? This is gonna be weird. But yeah, I can replace all of that with one more specific action that will do all this job properly without trying to blow my mind and break my brain. Is there any case where I need this set invoker from target? I don't think so. So yeah, let's try to just create another action, which is gonna be execute aggro AI actions. By the way, why do I have context in the constructor? Okay. Send a message so I can talk later. Okay, I'll check after the stream. C# is a really difficult language. Yeah, it could be. But on the plus side, C# is a very logical and strict language, which helps, or at least helps to guide you to the correct path of doing things. Okay, I don't need this type argument. Actually, I don't need the, it's already there. Those are public constructors. Okay, so what do we need? Wait, where was it? combat behavior. So let's start with this. If we have target, no, wait. How do we do this? So last aggro target AD equals this. Target AD is this. So previous aggro target AD, new target AD, then we just update this to the target AD, and then we can react to what happened, right? So if previous target aggro target AD equals session AD, oh my god, session AD empty. No. If previous aggro target AD is the same as target AD, that means that nothing changed. Then we just return. We return success. Do you know that Iran's main network infrastructure is built with C#? Network infrastructure? I can't imagine that, because to me network infrastructure basically is a bunch of different hardware and software solutions from different vendors. I don't know how the whole infrastructure can be built. Main network infrastructure built with C#. I don't know. Depends on what you mean with network infrastructure. Banking systems and social systems. Yeah, I can see that. Like, I would say that globally in the world, most of the banking systems are built, I believe, in Java and C# as well. The network in our languages is different from English. Okay. But yeah, it's actually pretty common for C# to be used in banking. Because yeah, it's like one of the mainstream enterprise languages, and banking is all about enterprise. So yeah, that's normal, and Java is also from that from the same group of languages, I guess. I'd like me to tell you more about these details, sure. So if target is the same, we just return success. Otherwise, we update the aggro target. I'm gonna also rename this to last aggro target ID. So if previous is empty, that means that we started. Also, I need to retrieve this AI component. And I need the invoker. I already have the target ID. I just need the actual invoker. So if previous was empty, that means that's a start. Aggro start. So previous aggro target ID is empty. That means that we started. Our invoker now is the neighbor with this target ID. Else if target ID is empty, that means that we stopped the aggro end. Otherwise, there's the change. Actually, let's swap these. So if previous was empty, that means that we're starting. If new is not empty, that means that we're changing the aggro. Otherwise, we are ending the aggro. Okay, good. Use several VPNs to watch you. Well, because most sites outside Iran are filtered. Iran is the second country in terms of internet restrictions. Yeah, I believe the first one is China, right? Despite these restrictions, actually maybe North Korea. Despite these restrictions, there are people in Iran, like cyber soldiers, who are paving the way for access to the global internet, like good hackers. Yeah, I can imagine. I think they're doing a good job, in my personal opinion. But yeah, I can imagine that Twitch would be blocked and you would need VPN to access it. That sucks, but yeah. Tough situation. What can I say? Do you know why Twitch is blocked? Well, I imagine it's considered like Western propaganda or something, I don't know. But yeah, I think it's just because they don't have any control over Twitch. Like, they cannot contact Twitch through official sources and demand to block somebody or something like that. Because Twitch is the US company, they're not gonna listen to some Iranian government on what to do, who to block, and so on. At least that's what I imagine. It's mostly because exclusive market of the 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 site. Right, to some extent, but Iran, like YouTube, has an internal system for streaming and playing videos that is completely private. Ah, I see. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 is like YouTube, big, okay. But yeah, I assume it completely obeys the government and what the government demands. So this should be good. It's just I'm not sure if that's a good idea to do it like this. Last aggro target ID. I can even make it more specific, saying like last AI actions aggro target ID. And then we can get rid of this. Delete. And then all of this can be replaced. No, this can be removed completely. And here in parallel, execute aggro AI actions is what I need. Actually, no, because I need it to be here, because it's not gonna exit, it's not gonna end the aggro. Reevaluating sequence will run it every single time. Yeah, that's crap. There is a problem. There is a problem. This thing will not stop the aggro properly. Because if we lose the target, like this, for example, and we exit the combat behavior, this thing is not gonna run, it's not gonna execute the aggro end events. Crap. Which means that I actually need to bring back that whole branch of the behavior tree and add a few branches to other behaviors. This is annoying. I could actually extract that branch. Wait, but if I extract that branch, how is it different to just a single action? It's not. I can actually run it. Okay, this is good. I don't need to rewrite anything. Let me tell us more part of the applications filter. It's Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, Yandex, LinkedIn. Wow. Artificial intelligence services. Google services, to a large extent, Amazon. Yeah. That's tough. But okay, I can just execute this, just add it to every single behavior that I want to, because it will just look at the target ID. If it's empty, yeah, it should work just fine. It should work just fine. Also, this means that, yeah, I can get rid of the invoker here. Leave it simple. But yeah, I need to, where is that combat behavior? I need to add it to character combat behavior as well. Right here. And then let's take a look at the default NPC. That state idle. Check owner state, set update priority. Use learn skill. There we go. We add it here. What else? Return state. Set target. By the way, for the dead state, I also need to set target to empty. That's a mistake that it's not. Okay. What else? Return state. I didn't do anything here yet, so set target, clear enemy table. Reset path unreachable. Yeah, I need to add it to somewhere where it's not gonna mess up anything. Move to target. It needs to be before move to target position. I think it should be maybe here. So I'm still here enjoying a good stream despite the restrictions. Well, yeah, good luck. And I hope everything is gonna be good in the future. Combat behavior, we did that. There it is. Idle behavior. Okay, so in parallel, good. We should be good. But yeah, I need to do some extensive testing on how it all works. But for now, I think I can just run the simulation and see if it works. Or does it die? One question, how much does a programmer earn per month in your country? Depends. It's all different. Depends on what the skill level of the programmer. Oof, we have a lot of errors. Stop. Can't even stop the server. Oh, this is bad. But yeah, it depends on a lot of factors. On the company itself, is it doing development internally within the country only, or does it work for like foreign clients? What's the qualification of the programmer and so on? But in general, I would say, like, on average, I'm not entirely sure actually, but on average, I would say it's from 1,000 US dollars to maybe 3,000. I don't know. I may be wrong. I don't know the actual statistic. Web developer with 5 years of experience designing a multi-page site. I don't know. I would say maybe $2,000-3,000 on average. There's not a chance that I have full history. Yeah. So what do we have? An entity uses skill. A component 533. Oh yeah, master entity can be null. I'm stupid. I need to move to strict nulls. That's something that I wanted to do for years, and I didn't manage to do that. It's too big of a project to just port it in one go. If I type, will the jump work? Yes, like if you type jump, your avatar on stream will jump, but there is a delay because you're seeing the stream with some delay. It could be 5 seconds, could be 10. You set your with a VPN, it could be a higher delay because of that. And yeah, when you see a star on screen, you can try to make your character jump to hit the star, and you'll get some extra points. And you can see your character on screen as long as you're active in chat. It disappears after, like, I think 30 minutes of inactivity. Okay, let's try this again. Hopefully no exceptions. This one was very interesting. You can also control and customize your avatar in a special panel called Stream Avatars. You can find it under the video player, below the video player. Or if you're on mobile, it's... wait, what did I just do? Oh, I just ran the simulation. Or if you're on mobile, there is a button above the chat with the stream avatars. You can customize, you can control your character from there. It's a nice system. .NET run. Okay, now it seems to be working. And yeah, we did run the simulation. How do I reload the file in VS Code? Pretty sure it was doing that automatically before. Okay, so let's see. Our party died. That's interesting. So knight is attacking. Priest is healing the knight, sure. But where is our enchanter? Enchanter is not active. Oh, wait. I remember yesterday we did a test and we added a condition for enchanter to do nothing. Huh, no condition. But yeah, we did add a condition for enchanter not to attack unless low health or something like that. It casted a single fireball. Could it be that I forgot to export the data from the database? Yeah, most likely. And the yesterday's test is still there. So let's simulate again. Maybe it didn't load because I didn't see it. That's okay. It could be because of the VPN. Because yeah, it's technically like a third-party iframe application within Twitch that also needs the access to your Twitch authentication to see who you are. It may also need a specific permission. I don't know. Again, our budget died. Enchanter did nothing, even though it was alive. That's interesting. Yeah, Enchanter is not doing anything. Really weird. I have a kind of daily life. It's like I'm living in your past because of a lot of daily life. I'm not sure that I understand. So knight is working, priest is working, enchanter is not working. Why? Just does nothing. Really weird. I did change the simulated character behavior. Execute 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸 actions. That's actually... Let's see, maybe this fails and prevents it from working. I don't know. Let's try to get rid of that and see what happens. No, doesn't change anything. Really weird. Oh my god, too many files open. I'm lost. So the knight is working, right? The knight is working. It does attack with the sword. But enchanter is not, and the only difference is the skill. The fireball is skill that you need to cast for a certain amount of time. Where was the fix that I did yesterday to skip cast? Oh, I remember. Use skill. Should we try to debug? I don't know. Could it be that it selects an incorrect action target? It should be the same as this one. Really weird. Okay, how can I debug the simulation without trying to add another launch configuration? Or do I just do it? Well, I do have it. I do have the simulate action. So maybe... right. It's stupid. Zone server debug. It's night, I'm here and I'm tired. See you later. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Have a nice evening. So, how can I launch the simulation? Because this one is stupid. I cannot select the target configuration. I think I just attach. It should be enough time for me to do that. Because it's gonna load all the data tables. Okay, so who are we? What are we casting? Skill 412, that's heal. Again, that's heal. Hello, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. How are you doing? Late but never missing. Hello, hello, and thank you for stopping by. Yeah, it's not even trying to cast the fireball. Why? Really interesting. Something is broken. I have no idea what, because I changed a whole lot of stuff. Let's try to catch it here, I guess. Update out of combat. That's not what I need. Update. I need to update in combat. What's going on? I only have update and update out of combat. And I'm pretty sure that's not correct. Priestess only update. Why do I have update out of combat? Let's track it down. Who are we working with? Controller, entity, components, NPC. I don't know. Let's try again. Let's try again. I think I know. I think I know. So the night works because the event is update in combat. Yes, okay, I know. So we set the event type to be update in combat. For the night, combat starts right away because 𝙽𝙴 attacks the knight first. And so the knight attacks properly. Enchanter is out of combat at this point. And it will be out of combat until 𝙽𝙴 starts attacking it. So this is why we saw a single fireball. Okay, what can I do? Simulate service. So when we assign initial target, we set the target ID. Set the target ID, right? Check can see target. It should be in combat. Unless it cannot see the target for some reason. It should be able to see it. It should be able to start the combat. But just to verify that this is what happens, let's try to replace it to normal update. Okay, now I can already see Enchanter attacking. So yeah, now it works. So yeah, this is because Enchanter was out of combat. Why? Enchanter was out of combat. Let me comment out this thing, just in case, and bring back this to update in combat. Still doesn't work. Enchanter never enters the combat. What? How? Switch combat stance. Battle in phase and battle stance. AI component. I'm checking the wrong thing. Is in battle stance. This is what I need to check. There we go. Is in battle, it's different. Where is it, by the way? Enemy table count. Yes. This is why enemy table is empty. Okay. So let's take a look at the simulation. There we go. Now it works. Now our enchanter is casting fireballs. And the party is alive. And the 𝙽𝙴 is dead. Okay, that works. But yeah, it's just one specific case that we tested. This is technically wrong. Maybe I do need to move this to behavior trees to have more control, because isn't battle stance, that's just a marker. It doesn't indicate that the AI is actually in the combat. Yeah, I think I need to move it to behavior trees. Well, technically this will work with the behavior trees, but only just because behavior trees use this variable as a marker if it's in combat or not. But maybe it's okay. Let's put question mark here. Because technically it's gonna work right now. It's gonna work fine, but yeah, it just relies on isn't battle stance flag, which technically can be set, can be not set. It doesn't indicate that the combat actually started. We can actually add two conditions. So if it's in battle or in battle stance, then we use update in combat. Otherwise, it's update out of combat. This will work with, yeah, let's get rid of that. This will work with the enemy table, and this is like the visual marker, technically visual flag, but it's used by the behavior trees that I created. So yeah, now this should work properly. Oof. Okay, I think this is gonna be it for today. I'm too tired to continue. At least we may manage to make it work, that the base functionality is there, but it's still not the end. Let's see. Let's maybe raid DevRel. It's been a while since we last raided them. Yeah. So yeah, today we did a lot. We implemented a lot of functionality for the target type, for the AI action system itself. We did a lot of fixes throughout the whole system to make it work. We did some behavior trees. And yeah, looks like it's actually working. But yeah, again, this is just the beginning, and we need to continue implementing features to replace the existing AI system. But yeah, it's already very, very good. A lot of stuff is already working. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. Probably, most likely, but I don't know. Depends on how I'm feeling. And yeah, hope to see you next time and have a nice day. Bye bye.